Hello, everyone. Thank you again for tuning in and joining us for continuing coverage of the trial for Carly Gregg, the Rankin County teenager who is on trial for the murder of her mother, Ashley Smiley, the attempted murder of her stepfather, Heath Smiley, and also she has a third count against her of tampering with evidence. So, they jury and or the court rather went to recess. Little over 30 minutes ago, just barely over 30 minutes ago, and they are scheduled to come back into court. Recess is set to be over at 12:30. I'll give you a excuse me, goodness gracious. I would give you all a an update or a breakdown overview of what has happened since the beginning of the trial. So, trial began yesterday at 9 a.m., and that is when they began picking the jury. So, they picked the jury, had everything in place, and opening statements were given around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. We also heard from the 911 dispatcher who took the call from Heath Smiley after he was shot. And during the course of the phone call that they played, sounded as if Heath had discovered his wife's body. Horrible phone call to have to listen to. Then on the stand was a deputy with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department, and he was there. He was the first deputy on the scene. They also played his body cam footage of the day the incident happened, and they didn't play the entirety of it because this deputy was there he was the first one on the scene after the 911 call, and then he was there until Ashley Smiley's body had been taken by the Rankin County coroner's office. So we heard from him yesterday, watched his body cam footage, and then they put a minor on the stand. We were not able to hear or see the minor because we don't air or show that, can't show that here, and want to protect those minors. So they heard from a minor, and this minor turned out to be a young boy that claimed to be best friends with Carly. He talked about how he had spoken with Carly's mother that day, talked to her about um, his concern for Carly, that she was self harming, that she was doing drugs, that she had a burner phone. Um, and so that is what he testified to. He testified to speaking with Ashley Smiley regarding regarding his concern for Carly. And that happened the day of the murder. So they heard from him in the courtroom. We didn't hear from him, but Morgan Harris was there and she told us about what happened in her report last night. Morgan is also in the courtroom today. So this morning, when they first started the trial, that same juvenile was back on stand and giving the defense chance to redirect. After the juvenile, then there was Heath Smiley on the stand. That is Carly's stepfather. He took the stand and gave testimony to his experience of that day, and also testified that he was still very much on Carly's side. So we heard from him, and then they were going to put another witness on stand. The attorney said it's going to be a lengthy witness. It's close to lunchtime. How do you want to do this, Judge? So instead of calling that first witness that they were going to call, they called the chief deputy coroner for Rankin County, and he came up and testified to what he saw of that day at the crime scene. Now we are waiting for them to come back from lunch. It is 12:30. Recess was supposed. No, I'm sorry. It's 12:31. Recess was supposed to be done at 12:30. So now we're just waiting for court to resume. We're going to go ahead and go into the courtroom now so that you guys can be there, be ready and watching as soon as the judge and jury, Carly, everybody gets back into the courtroom. Coming back in, talking with you guys for a few as we're waiting for court to get underway. It's 12:34 right now, and again, the recess is supposed to be done at 12:30, but they're taking a little long. It's probably been an emotional day, emotional couple of days. I know it has been on our end here, just hearing yesterday with a 911 call and the body cam footage and everything. It was a hard day. It was a hard first day. But coming here looking, I wanted to look at some of the comments that you guys are making here on our social stream. Remember, however you're watching this, if you want to join the conversation, you can do that on our YouTube or our Facebook. We prefer you use YouTube, but it's up to you, whichever you want to use. So looking here, Justin is saying that she knew exactly what she was doing. So that is a great comment, good opinion. Thank you so much for that. Julia Yates saying it's a tragedy, no doubt, but this child knew what she was doing. It is definitely a tragedy. I don't know if I believe that she does or did not know what she was doing. I'm not going to speculate on that or state that. Just going to follow and see what the jury says and what the jury decides with the evidence that is presented to them. Tammy said, let's see, Tammy is saying she figures if she can play crazy, she can go home after good behavior instead of going to prison. Does she think that? You know, Carly is a very smart girl. She got a 30 on her ACT when she was 13 years old. She skipped the fourth grade. Everybody has testified, or everyone who I've heard that knew her, and even the stepfather testified that she was a very smart girl. She's a very smart girl. To get a 30 on ACT at 13 years old, she was a very smart girl, very smart. Is this a calculating move by her? I don't know. That's definitely not for me to decide. It's for the state to present the evidence and prove it basically, or prove that she wasn't. Rather, it's for the defense to prove that she was. So I don't know. I don't know if she is doing this, if she's playing a card here, if she's being calculating, or if she is just a 14-year-old little girl who does not fully understand the permanency of some decisions. So that's why I say that. Sheila Scott says here, this is a sad case of morals meeting its fate. Her best friend did what was right and still had to face her consequences. He has to testify and have people curious of a case that is so widely known. And it is a very sad case of morals meeting fate. Let's see. Looking here, Casey saying her meds that aren't right for you will make you crazy, though. So it's hard to say here. That is exactly right. None of us are medical doctors. Maybe you are watching. I know I'm definitely not a medical doctor, but there are some medications that can mess with the brain chemicals and mess with the way that your brain thinks, the way that your brain functions. And so that is very true. Very true. Sheila's asked, why does she need a 30 on her ACT? I don't know. They give the kids opportunity to take the ACTs early, and so she did and got a 30. I don't know that she needed one, but she did take it and got it. Sherry is asking, why does she want her female friend to see a dead body? When the friend left, did she tell anyone about the shooting and the plan to shoot her stepdad? So I believe that the friend that came over was actually a male. I don't know this for certain, but I believe that he was, based off of the camera footage from the garage that they showed earlier, seeing someone run away with Carly. It looked to be a young boy. So what happened is the friend, Carly called the friend over. The friend's father gave the friend a ride over. Friend went inside, saw the dead body. Allegedly, Carly told him that she had 3 for her mother and she got 3 for her stepfather when he comes home. Told the friend to go hide outside because the stepfather was home or almost home. And then the friend testifies, or says this friend has not been called to the stand yet, but the friend allegedly said that they heard gunshots, saw Carly running out the back door. Carly was running out the back door. Carly went over the fence. The friend went over the fence with Carly, but Carly went one way, the friend went the other way. The friend did tell officials or police what happened. So the friend did do the right thing. The friend did come forward. But I imagine being in that moment, 14, 15, maybe even 13. I don't know how old this friend is, but we know that it is a juvenile around Carly's age. So imagine being a young child in that space in that moment. You go into your friend's home and you see your friend's mother deceased on the floor at the hands of your friend, according to that friend, and the friend still has a gun in their hand. I mean, I'm going to be afraid. I'm an adult. And if I went into a house and I had another adult like that, I would be afraid and I would do what that other adult told me to do. So I can imagine the child being afraid as well. So that's probably why the child didn't turn around and run right then. They were probably afraid, probably afraid. But that's, we'll find out. That friend, I believe that friend is on the witness list. We don't have names. We just have initials. We have a handful of minors that are on the witness list to be called for this. So we'll see. We'll see. Of course, we won't hear their testimony. We won't see their testimony, but we will hear from Morgan Harris on what those friends' testimonies are. So we're going to go back into the courtroom. It's 12:40 now, so they are just a little late. Maybe the food was really good. Maybe lunch was really good. I don't know. But we are going to go back into the courtroom. And now, remember, it is muted until everybody gets in. So if you don't hear anything, that's probably why when you see the camera start to move, that's when you know you're going to hear something. Also, going forward, if a juvenile comes on stand, there will not be any sound or video of that juvenile. We're not going to air that. So if that happens, you know why it's muted. And then when the attorneys go to the judge, go up to his podium, what is that called? All of a sudden, my brain has stopped working. But when they go up to the judge does mute his microphone so we can't hear what is said there. So if you stop hearing sound, you can understand why or know why you're not hearing it or even seeing anything in some cases. So saying all that, we're going back into the courtroom now. Trial should begin momentarily. It's 12:41 right now. Recess was set to be over at 12:30. Expect it to be going here in the next few minutes.
The jury's finished their lunch. State ready? Yes, sir. Defense ready? Sure. The state's in the order. Is the state's next witness a juvenile?
No, sir.
So is that your objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I mean,
The objection to the order granting the motion for productions, he shall immediately furnish.
yes, sir. It says it in there twice immediately. Again, I think that there's some issue in how he would be able to do that. But not that he would actually produce them. There's no problem with that.
As soon as possible. How's that? That's as close to immediate splitting the baby. However, please let Dr. Pickett know.
I texted him during our lunch break that he would need to turn that over.
All right, state ready?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready. Is the defense ready? All right, bring them in. Who's the state's next witness? Y'all got him? Okay. All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Investigator Tyler Burnell.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you're not under oath during this morning answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Yes, sir.
You would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
My name's Tyler Burnell.
And Tyler, where are you employed?
I work for the Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an investigator in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And tell us what that means.
Essentially, our division responds to incidents. We investigate calls for service, initial reports that are taken by the patrol division, or walk-in reports that are made whenever citizens come into the sheriff's office to report criminal activity, fraud, theft, things along those lines.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
14 and a half years.
And has all that been spent at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Tell us about where all you've been.
So I started off at the Madison Police Department in 2010. After that, I worked for the Madison County Sheriff's Office, the Pearl Police Department. I was an investigator in Pearl, went to Flowood. Not long after that, was a detective over there, started in internal affairs over there, and I went to go work for the Mississippi Attorney General's Office in the Public Integrity Division, and did some good work there. And not long ago, the sheriff and the undersheriff asked if I would be willing to come to the sheriff's office and kind of bolster that particular division, that particular program here. And so I'd maintain a criminal caseload and a compliance caseload.
I want to take a step back. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of what training is required to become a law enforcement officer first?
Well, you have to complete the basic police officers course. There are multiple taught in the state of Mississippi. You can go through the Tupelo Police Academy. They have their own. The Jackson Police Academy has their own. The Southern Regional Public Safety Institute, which is the one that I went to, was at one point in time combined with the Harrison County Law Enforcement Training Academy because it had essentially been demolished during Katrina. And so it was relocated to Camp Shelby, Mississippi. And Harrison County has since kind of restarted their own. You can go to the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy right over here in Pearl. And then, of course, there's the Mississippi Highway Patrol Academy. They kind of put on their own, but it's a state accredited course that if a trooper decides that he no longer wishes to be a member of the Highway Patrol, he can always use that as a lateral into a sheriff's office, police department, another state agency.
And particularly, I'm interested in what you did. So you told us that you went to which academy?
Yes, ma'am. So I started off at the Southern Regional Public Safety Institute. Like I said, I've had a lot of training over the years. Initially, I had a lot of training related to the patrol side of law enforcement, so to speak. You know, uniformed officers riding around in a marked patrol car, patrolling neighborhoods, enforcing traffic laws and things along those lines. A lot of that particular type of training was impaired driving enforcement, counter drug related stuff, some drug investigations as far as trafficking and things along those lines. The most recently, I guess more recently, I had some internal affairs training. I'm a certified polygraph examiner with the state of Mississippi. I'm a certified criminal investigator. The state of Mississippi actually has a program that criminal investigators can go through. It's taught out at the Mississippi Law Enforcement Training Academy in Pearl. And it's essentially I think it's 320 classroom hours. And then there is the difference, I think, is 80 hours of hands-on instruction. Essentially, you're kind of going out and you're taking latent fingerprints off objects, and you're rolling car tires to get tire impressions. You're taking dental stone, and you're taking all of the investigative resources that you need to in order to take tire wear impressions and footwear impressions. You're doing digital evidence extractions from phones, and you're going through your draft and search warrants. You're learning about death investigations. You're learning about kind of what particular changes that the body goes through as we pass away, and you're going through different things that you can look for in order to determine, okay, we have a crime here, or we don't have a crime here, and so that was definitely one course that I've been through here lately. But I've had some other training, counterterrorism and SWAT, special response team stuff, and tactics and things along those lines. But that's, in a nutshell, that's generally it.
In the training that you've had and in your 14 years in law enforcement experience, have you had the opportunity to investigate or be on the scene of murders?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that prior to March 19th of 2024?
Correct.
I want to ask you specifically about the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So we heard from Deputy Lewis earlier about the fact that he wears a body cam when he's dealing with the public.
Correct.
What is the policy for investigators and body cams back in March of 24?
The investigators in my division did not have body cameras in March of 2024.
What about as we sit here today? Do you have them now?
We are starting to trickle them in, and by trickle, what I mean is that the criminal investigators that I work alongside with, and I guess I should try and explain this. So the criminal investigator division not only houses the criminal investigators, people that investigate, the theft and the violent crimes and the fraud and all those things, but it also houses our drug investigators. We have prescription fraud investigators that essentially work on pharmaceutical diversion, investigators that investigate street drug related crimes, the sale of fentanyl and the sale of marijuana and the sale of methamphetamines and things along those lines. But we also have our interdiction investigators, guys that are essentially working on drug trafficking organizations and things like that. So those narcotics investigators is kind of the loose term for those different identities of investigators. Those have their body cameras they all have them now. So before, the street drug investigators and the pharmaceutical diversion investigators did not have them. They do now. And so our interdiction guys have them, the narcotics guys have them, but we are still kind of acquiring them piece by piece as the sheriff's office is able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding in order to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
Investigator Brunell, I want to take you back to March the 19th of 2024, were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I, towed all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And my police radio is on, and the volume up. And I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way. And this was a female dispatcher, that a disturbance had taken place and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the sheriff's department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walk into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information and not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon. Right. I'm sorry.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, we skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residents. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that that most people see on television, stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, and purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing of the scene, but
Okay.
I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was the man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness line? I've handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general, non-scale layout of the Smiley home, Smiley residence at 214 Ashton Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene, but at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase, where you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Your Honor,
ma'am.
we'd ask that this be marked as state's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as 11 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about that you go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So, essentially when I finish taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So, essentially, I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course, this is generally south. So we get to the threshold of the house, and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door is open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. And that's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to, may I approach the witness room?
Okay.
I handed you two photos.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way, and not 215, 213, 221 or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has two phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley. And the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Brunel, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of two of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right. Front of the house will be marked as 12. The other one will be marked as 13.
Permission to approach the witness room?
Yes,
If you would take a look at those and just let me know when you've finished looking at them.
Okay, ma'am.
Did those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those particular pictures, I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but
Yes, ma'am.
could you tell me generally what are those photographs? What
So
are they
the-
of?
So the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom. which is believed to have been occupied and controlled by Heath Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a .357 silver revolver handgun, and then that is I guess a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is a serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. So now you can see it's a Taurus .357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are 6 cartridges and one live .38 special round that were recovered from that particular silver revolver.
Those are photographs that were taken from the scene on March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
First one with the holster will be S14. Second one, medium frame, will be S15. And serial number will be S16. You can move chairs out, Molly.
Serial number 16.
Is there one more? 2 more? Those will be marked S17, S18. You may proceed.
Investigator Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? You'll just take a look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Detective Burnell, do those appear to be the, or what generally are those in those photographs?
The first 2 photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, a 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR-style platformed rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarify, you said there's 3 photos again.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be admitted S19, S20, S21, and S22.
Investigator Burnell, did you also photograph inside the bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? I've handed you 2 photographs. If you would look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows two computers. Looks like some sort of a knitting bag or something along those lines. In the chair behind the knitting, or in between the chair back and the knitting bag, are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens. And then there is a like a Leatherman multi-tool.
And how many of the vape pen boxes are there?
There are 4. I'm sorry.
Here, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'll be admitted all purposes. That's next in number. Was that next thing? All right, you can proceed.
Secretary Brunel, looking at the layout, and I apologize, I don't have that exhibit number that you prepared. There's a dining room and sort of a kitchen area that are open. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any doors that lead to the outside near the dining area?
Yes, ma'am. So there is, generally speaking, there is almost like a shotgun style door from the front door through to the door that in the dining area that led to the backyard of the residence.
And did you also take pictures of that doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, this matter of housekeeping, do you need to try and keep these in order? Okay.
I handed you 2 photographs, Investigator Brunel. If you could take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Could you tell me what's reflected in that first picture?
So the first photograph is essentially it depicts the dining area table where the Smileys and Miss Gregg may have eaten a meal. In the corner of that room, there is a black dog kennel. I'm assuming for the 2 golden retrievers that they had. And there's a white cord hanging down from the wall near the corner of the room. The second photograph is of the back door itself, and it's essentially just the back door.
And where does that back door lead?
Into the backyard, which kind of encompasses the house itself. Makes kind of an L shape, as you can see via the scale drawing. So it makes an L shape, and so the backyard simply makes the corresponding L.
Are those true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Or we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection.
The one described as the dining table will be S25. And the one described as the photo of the door will be S26.
Investigator, now before we move on to any other pictures, I want to ask you about that S25,
Okay.
the cord that's hanging from there.
Yes, ma'am.
In processing the crime scene, did you have any idea what that cord went to?
I did not. It's a USB-C cable. From my recollection, I didn't know exactly what it went to at the time. We hypothesized that it was part of some home surveillance system.
As you sit here today, do you know what was plugged into that cord?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was a WISE home surveillance system camera that was recovered after the 19th.
Okay, thank you. Did you also photograph throughout the home the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? handed you actually a stack of photos. If you want to take a look at those, please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's of the laundry room area?
So the initial photograph on top is it's kind of like a transitional photograph from the kitchen area into that laundry room. But yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibits.
They'll be moved in next to number. How many do we have? You just tell me what they're marked. Just mark them. Tell me what you're marked. Those will be marked S27 through S34.
I want to come back to those, Investigator Brunel, but I
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
get through some of the other photographs that you took.
Okay.
Did you also go into or the defendant's bedroom and photograph the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President. You want to take a look at those photographs?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are of the defendant, the transition into the bedroom, and then of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
That's correct.
Now we'd ask that those be marked state's next exhibit.
No objection.
Mark them numerically, sequentially, and give me the numbers. We admitted 35 through 37.
May I proceed, Ron? Investigator Brunel, so again, what is the reason for documenting the crime scene?
Essentially, so that way we can preserve the way it was whenever we arrived on scene. The photographs and the body worn camera recordings are a great way to do that.
Do things get moved once you start processing the scene?
Of course. For instance, in this case, initially, so when, as I said before, like preservation of life is our first responsibility. In preparing for this trial today, this week, I had the occasion to look at body-worn camera video evidence. When Deputy Lewis goes into the house to check on the victim, he tries to see if there are any signs of life. He's touching her arms and he's lifting up the towel that was placed upon her head. And he's essentially trying to see if there's any way to save this young lady. And of course, then right after him, the fire department comes in, does essentially the same thing. They're placing leads to see if there's any heart rate activity, and so they're moving her arms from the position in which they were placed on her torso. They're lifting up the towel that was placed on her head that would have been replaced by Deputy Lewis. And so there are things getting moved around. And so taking the photographs and trying to preserve the way that the crime scene was at that time is a very important and a very vital function of crime scene processing. The other aspect is, so during active scenes like that, where you essentially have some like a quasi-active shooter type situation, you are in a situation where you don't know where the suspect is. They're not readily apparent. They're hiding in the linen closet? Did they pull down the attic ladder and they're hiding upstairs? Like, are they hiding under a bed or something like that? So when officers are going through systematically trying to clear and make sure that we're not walking into an ambush or walking into a situation where now we are about to sustain more casualties as a result of this one defendant, things get moved. We have had situations in previous cases where shell casings have been in the roadway after drive-by shootings. Well, cars don't stop just because there's shell casings in the roadway. They get run over all the time. So recording those with photographs and body-worn camera videos and things along those lines is a lot of times our best way to preserve kind of how they were prior to those disturbances.
May I approach the witness stand? Is it all right if I have a question from here for a while? I want to point you to, or I'll just look at the exhibits and then I'll ask Mr. Burnell about them. Investigator Burnell. I'm looking at exhibit 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Investigator Burnell, it appears that you're taking photographs of the wall, the sheetrock in the wall, as well as the door leading into the garage. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why you thought it was important to document that?
So leading the transition from the kitchen into the laundry room area right here, or the mud room and laundry room type of situation in this house, you can clearly see a dot in the middle of the doorway there, which is of course the door's open. So there's clearly a defect in that wall. It's not how it came from the manufacturer. Something made that defect. And so as we continue into that room, so this is a more medium scale drawing, a more medium scale photograph where you can actually see the dot, the defect a little bit more defined. And so skipping ahead a little bit, so number 33 is actually an up close image of what that defect looks like. And you'll see, let me go back wide. So you'll see the bag. Okay, so there's a piece of the wall. If I just take a picture of a white wall, it's going to be very hard for you to maintain reference. So the yellow bag that's also next to this defect is in that medium scale drawing, or the medium scale photograph, and then it's in the up close photograph. That way it helps us maintain reference throughout, because we took hundreds of pictures of this house and the crime scene within. And so we can clearly see now the up close photograph of that defect in the wall. And so that's more or less kind of the reason for doing it in that fashion, is so that way we can record those defects. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a ballistics expert. I can only call the holes defects. I can say that they are in a layman's terms, they are what would appear to be similar to a hole that a bullet would make if it went through a similar object. But it is essentially just a defect in a wall, and that is how they are classified in my report. That is how they are classified as we process the crime scene itself.
Later in your investigation, what did you learn occurred in that laundry room? After we had the opportunity to obtain some information from Mr. Smiley, we learned that he had come home, and of course this is kind of a culmination of things, not just the interview with him, but also the viewing of a surveillance camera that was positioned in approximately the same area as the garage door opener. When Mr. Smiley arrives home, the garage door is up, and he enters through the residence through that particular method. And so
sorry, I'm looking for number 11. And so when he enters the residence, he, there it is. So he enters through this carport right here, okay? So there's a storage room door right there, utility closet, what have you. And so he enters the laundry room right here, and then according to him, he later stated that Miss Gregg essentially lie in wait at the door, this door right here. So there's a door right here, a door that goes across into the corresponding carport. And so you essentially have Miss Gregg lie in wait here. And as soon as he comes into the mud room, shuts the door, he's immediately met with gunfire. And we would later learn through some interviews there were 3 shots fired. And then, of course, you can note 3 different defects. The one I just showed you a minute ago in the wall next to the yellow bag, so to speak. There's another defect. This is in the door itself, down next to the bottom. It's a, for lack of a better term, like a 4-panel door. It's got four little panels. For lack of a better term, 4 little panels. It's a metal door with essentially like a foam innard, and there is a defect down in the bottom, one of the bottom panels of the door, and then there's a defect in the wall behind the door. Illustrating that the door was closed at the time that the round was fired, or that the defect was made. I'm sorry.
In processing this scene, you photographed it. Did you ever take any items into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple items of evidence. If you would like me to go into those. So we, as I was initially arriving on scene, Pafford, the ambulance service, was preparing to transport Mr. Smiley to the emergency room at Baptist Hospital. In order to evaluate the severity of the gunshot wound he had sustained in his upper torso, they essentially had removed his upper garment. He is a healthcare worker, so essentially it was a scrub top and a t-shirt and an undershirt. So they had essentially taken those off and discarded them on the front patio to the house. So essentially you have a front patio right here, which I'm sure is depicted very well in the photographs and in the body-worn camera video. But the shirt is discarded right here by the ambulance service. That was later collected by us, as well as Mr. Smiley's bottoms once he got to the hospital. With regard to the laundry room and the carport area itself, so we were able to later find that there was a projectile. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert or anything along those lines, but a projectile that seemingly lines up with the defect that we have here on State's Exhibit 32 in the lower part of that door. Went down into, it struck the carport floor, went into a rolled up carpet, and then essentially came to final rest in front of a blue Chevrolet Traverse, I believe is what it was. That was essentially Ashley Smiley's primary vehicle. That particular projectile came to rest right in front of the passenger side door, approximately. The defect that I was telling you about a second ago with the yellow bag exited out that wall and then struck the cargo rack of the same SUV, essentially fragmented almost, and then pieces of it were recovered at the back driver's side corner of that particular vehicle. So those were 2 partial, in part or whole projectiles that we recovered.
Detective Bergeron, if I may interrupt you for a moment, did you collect those and store those pieces of evidence separately?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach to Sean. Permission to bring the scissors too.
He's not required to have anything else. He can.
Sure, talk about what's in. Yes, sir. If you can, I've handed you one box to begin with.
Okay.
Without opening that, can you tell the jurors what that is?
So this is it's essentially what we would call like a bullet box, so to speak. It's a very loose general term. It's got a piece of cotton or a piece of fabric in the bottom of it to essentially keep the bullet from rubbing around and things like that. But it is marked P2 or Projectile 2. It is marked with the date, and which was 3/20 of 2024, because by the time we concluded our on-scene investigation, got everything back to the sheriff's office and started doing our crime scene, our evidence log and logging everything in, we had crossed midnight. So it's got 3/20 of 24 on it, my initials, and then our sheriff's office evidence custodian has a barcode that he prints off and affixes to every piece of evidence we have. So that way it's a scan and go type of situation where if I need to log it out, carry it to the crime lab, he can scan my name, scan the piece of evidence, and it's logged out to me, and vice versa. So when we take evidence back from the crime lab, it's scanned in and then scan my name, and it's checked back into evidence.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way since the time that you removed that item?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Or we ask that be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Add it to the court report. The state's next number be marked S38.
Permission to approach the attorney. Investigator Burnell, I've handed you another box. If you could take a look at that and see if you can identify that for me.
So this is, of course, the other one, P2. In the description on the box, it says projectile on ground, RAX 0438 front of vehicle. So this would have been the nearly intact projectile that we recovered from the front of the blue SUV that was actually Smiley's primary vehicle. So the P1, this box that I was just provided, has projectile on ground, RAX 0438 rear of vehicle. So this is the partial projectile that we recovered, the fragmented projectile that we recovered, driver's side rear corner of that same vehicle that essentially had exited through the wall next to the yellow bag, or what we believe exited through the wall next to the yellow bag.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way from when you removed it from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Marked S39 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, y'all also recovered the live round and the empty shell casings, and those were also boxed up and put into evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us when you walked into the house where that was located?
It was on the countertop in the kitchen, as identified in the photograph.
During your course of investigation, how did you learn that was the gun that was used to shoot Ashley Smiley?
So when Deputy Lewis initially arrived on scene, Mr. Smiley told him that the gun she had used was on the countertop, that he had opened the cylinder. There was one live round, six empty cartridges in the cylinder.
So you were in your course of investigation, did you learn that the same gun was used to shoot Keith Smiley that was also used to kill Ashley Smiley?
That is correct. So later on in the investigation, we received a crime lab report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified projectiles recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley were similar in characteristic and in nature to the firearm we recovered from the countertop of the kitchen in the Smiley residence. There was also a report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified a DNA swabs that.
Approach. What's the objection?
It's just we're making an objection. He's talking about documents that aren't in evidence.
Sustained.
Investigator Brunel, who relayed to law enforcement that the gun found at the home was used by Carly Smiley? Carly Gregg.
Heath Smiley told us that that's the one that she had used.
Permission to press witness, Your Honor. I handed you a box, Investigator Brunel. Can you tell me what's located in that box?
I can tell you that without opening the box, I can tell you that it is the same box that contains the Taurus 357 Magnum revolver. This is the same serial number that is on one of the state's exhibits in this photograph. This is my handwriting, my chain of custody information, so to speak, over here on the right-hand side. This is the arrow that I drew whenever I wanted to indicate to crime lab personnel which way the barrel was pointing when they opened the box up. This is a evidence label that was affixed. This is evidence tape that we put on the box, and then this is the crime lab's own seal and barcode information. It appears to be that particular firearm.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be marked as 40.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to open that and inspect it and make sure that it's the same firearm as well.
Okay. You have scissors?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always getting that it's after lunch. Any of the jurors need an afternoon stretch. Sometimes people get sleepy. You do just stand up for a second, okay?
Your Honor, may I remove it from the box? Okay. So this indeed is the firearm that was used, and there are seven empty cartridge holders in the cylinder, and this is the same serial number for the firearm in the photographs and depicted on the box. I removed it from the box because I just don't point firearms at people unless I know they're unloaded.
Which is also why I don't want to publish that to the jury. I don't want
Correct.
to pass it around
Correct.
while we're talking.
Correct.
But I did notice, Investigator Brunel, that you made sure you cleared it to make sure that there was nothing in that weapon
Correct.
before you opened that box.
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles found in Miss Smiley.
Correct.
Could you tell the ladies? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles recovered from Ashley Smiley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn where those projectiles were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to press witness.
leave them both up here. So.
Okay.
May we approach?
Yes, sir. Overruled at this time, but pending further objection.
Investigator Burnell, the first item I handed you that was bagged, do you have any personal knowledge through your course of this investigation what that bag was?
Oh, I'm sorry. I simply know what these items are due to the crime lab reports that we received via our results.
Yeah, we're gonna make an objection.
Sustained.
Yes, sir.
You want to mark them Friday?
Yes, I would like to have them marked for ID.
All right, mark it S41 and S42 for ID purposes only.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about there were other items of evidence. I want to talk about at some point when you arrived on the scene, the defendant was not in the home.
Correct.
While you were there and you were processing the crime scene, at some point was she taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through what you learned about that and what your next steps were.
So essentially, while I was photographing doing the crime scene photography, for lack of a better term, multiple units from the sheriff's office. We have a narcotics task force with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office, Madison Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Office, that also includes somewhat of an intelligence liaison. And so with that intelligence liaison, we have access to drones and robots and other type of resources that essentially provide us remote surveillance capabilities and things along those lines. We were also in touch with the Mississippi Highway Patrol to obtain the services or to obtain the resources related to their helicopter. Because we essentially established our inner perimeter around the crime scene. We were staging officers around the area in somewhat of a loose perimeter, so to speak, to keep Miss Gregg from getting north or south of Old Fannin Road, getting outside the Farmington subdivision, which is where 214 Ashton Way is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. But through the course of that time, one of our interdiction officers radioed in that he had obtained he had taken into custody the 14-year-old suspect in this case. And it was clarified through one of the patrol supervisors that was the suspect we were looking for, and he confirmed that it was. She was brought to the scene where Investigator Davis took a gunshot residue kit, which is essentially like a couple of dowels in an envelope. Those dowels are used in order to collect gunshot residue. They're submitted to the Mississippi Crime Lab in order to test for the presence of someone having fired a firearm recently.
Did you actually observe Investigator Davis perform a portion of that?
A portion of it, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Burnell, are you familiar with what I've just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have personal knowledge of what's in that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me what that is?
So this is a gunshot residue kit that we issue out to our investigators. It bears Gregg's name, Investigator Davis's badge number, name, our agency name, the case number, the chain of custody information, and then it has our evidence signature, our evidence thing on it. Inside of this are the little metal dowels that I was telling you about a second ago that essentially are used to rub on the skin. They're used to rub on surfaces in order to determine the presence of this gunshot residue.
Other than the markings from the Mississippi Crime Lab, does that appear to be altered in any way?
Your Honor, we're gonna have to check on that if I may approve.
Yes, sir. For ID purposes only at this time. Y'all approach.
Investigator Burnell, what I mean is, what is that?
It's a gunshot residue kit.
And who was that gunshot residue kit performed on?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And I believe your testimony was that you observed part of that gunshot residue
Correct.
testing. Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as State's Exhibit next.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted. That's 43, all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, what other testing are you aware of or that you have personal knowledge of that occurred on the defendant that day?
That day, the gunshot residue kit was collected from her. She was photographed after she was brought to the scene. And when I say she was photographed head to toe, including hands, front and back. Her clothes were later taken and collected as evidence and kept.
Mayor Pro Tem Sean. Investigator Burnell, who's in that photograph?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And is that the same Carly Madison Gregg that you observed on the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
That's after she'd been taken into custody.
That's correct.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted. That's 44, all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, earlier we introduced some photographs of some vape pen boxes. Did you actually remove those items from the home as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said also along with a knife of some sort.
Correct.
Permission to correct witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Burnell, does that appear to be the items, including the vape pen boxes and the multi-tool or the knife that you removed from the home that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be altered in any way from the day that you took it?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection? Can be marked as 45, all purposes. Be admitted.
You were tasked with processing the crime scene in this case, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, you said there was one deceased victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that that is exhibit, Madam President. Looking at exhibit 36, could you tell me if that is the position of Ashley Smiley when you found her laying in the floor dead of Carly Gregg's bedroom?
When I initially entered the room, no, ma'am. So the towel had been placed back on her face. And then for the purposes of photographing her body unobscured, because at that point in time, we weren't sure who had put the towel on her face until the investigation progressed and continued. So the towel was removed and she was photographed.
The next exhibit, number 36.
37?
37, sorry about that, 37. Is that Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your investigation and your training in crime scenes, what does it appear that has happened to Miss Smiley in that photograph?
So it appears as though she sustained 3 different gunshot wounds to the head. So these 3 these 2, one here and then another here, essentially were shot from distance. The one down here under the chin, you can see a what is referred to as a stippling on the skin, which so when I took that certified investigator's course through the state, we go into what close contact gun close contact gunshot wounds looks like. In this particular case, so anything close contact is considered 36 inches and less. So here you can see the stippling in the skin just under the chin, but essentially what you have there is burnt powder. When it exits the muzzle of the firearm, it lands on the skin because it doesn't have the distance in order to spread out and burn up before it makes contact with any of the surface. And so it makes contact with skin and essentially burns the skin.
Commissioner DeCraig, Shriner.
I'd ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
Yeah, I'm the bailiff. Mercy.
Investigator Burnell, you discussed with us, and now the ladies and gentlemen have seen that photograph. You discussed that only one of the gunshot wounds or defects appeared to have stippling.
That's correct.
And what does that indicate to you?
So the firearm was within about 3 feet of Miss Smiley's head as she was laying prostrate on the floor face up.
After you processed the crime scene that day, what other involvement did you have directly with this case?
So after we concluded our time on scene and we took our evidence to the sheriff's office to begin the task of logging it into evidence, photographing it prior to packaging, photographing the packaging, making sure that it was stored for later submission to the Mississippi Crime Lab, and stored for purposes of court proceedings and things along those lines. And when I say we, Investigator Cotton, Zachary Cotton and I, Deputy Hunter Lewis and Deputy Dustin Smith, they were doing their initial reports for their response to the scene that day, while Investigator Cotton and I were handling the evidence packaging and things along those lines. During that particular time, we had concluded the evidence portion, and Mr. Smith had actually come over to discuss the court trial that we were actually in that week. And Investigator Smith heard a knock on our front door and went forward to see kind of what was going on, if somebody needed our assistance or kind of what was happening. And a father made him aware that his daughter had actually been there that day with Miss Gregg, and that he was bringing her forth as a witness.
At that time, did you, excuse me, did you participate in an interview of that child and her father?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And based off of what you learned, what did you learn from that interview?
Am I allowed to say her name or just her initials? She was identified as Brooke Wafer. She was, her father and her cousin accompanied her to the sheriff's office that day. We brought them into an interview room. She was essentially a peer and a schoolmate of Carly Gregg's. They both attended Northwest Rankin, and she essentially told us, and we were being very careful in our interviewing of her, simply until we could gain guidance the following date about whether or not we needed to obtain the services of the Child Advocacy Center. The Child Advocacy Center simply stands as a neutral party in order to forensically interview children, whether or not they are victims or witnesses that have experienced traumatic events in life. And so,
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Purnell, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the fact that Rankin County has a protocol in place about the age of certain witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is that why your office wanted to make sure that it was okay for the sheriff's department to, in fact, interview this child because she was 16 at the time?
Correct. So anybody 17 and under, we usually try and obtain some guidance as to whether or not CAC interview will be necessary. Considering Miss Wafer's maturity and her chronological age, we went ahead and conducted an interview with her at a later date, which was more detailed in nature. But for the purposes of the initial interview that night, she essentially stated that Miss Gregg had contacted her, said that it was an emergency, she needed to come by the house. Her father drove her to that particular location like he had done times before, and dropped her off. I believe he said it was about 5 o'clock. And so we continued interviewing her, trying to ask generalized questions. What did you do when you got there? Miss Gregg met her at the front. Miss Carly Gregg met her at the front door, and essentially asked her, "Do dead bodies make you squeamish?" And she said, "No, I don't think so." And Miss Gregg proceeds to take her back to to her own bedroom, where her mother's body lie deceased at that point in time. And so she stated that during this point in time, Miss Ashley Smiley already had the towel on her face. Her arms were in a fixed position across her torso, and that Miss Gregg had a silver revolver. I believe she identified the handle as being brown instead of black, that black rubberized grip, but stated that it was a very large very large revolver type firearm. And then shortly after that, she told Miss Wafer that Miss Gregg told Miss Wafer, "It's like I shot my mom 3 times, and as soon as my stepdad gets home, I got 3 shots for him." Shortly thereafter, she was asked if she wanted to wait in the backyard. She said she did. Went out the back door that was described to you a second ago, next to the dog kennel, and waited. Once Mr. Smiley arrived home, she heard 3 shots. Miss Wafer stated she heard 3 shots. Miss Gregg ran out the back door, and they both ran around that L shape of the house. There's a privacy fence around this entire backyard. So they come out this door, run around the back of the carport. There's a small shed right here in the yard. Run out this way, jump the fence, run up the driveway, where we later learned that they split off. Miss Wafer went to another friend's house in the neighborhood. Miss Gregg circled back around and went to the Magnolia Point subdivision, which is an adjacent neighborhood to Farmington.
After your presence in the interview with Miss Wafer and her father that night, what was your next involvement in this case, if any?
So I believe my next involvement was on the 22nd. During that initial interview with Miss Wafer, we learned that there were some. I guess I should back up. So the 22nd, we wanted to try and get a copy of Mr. Smiley's phone. Investigator Cotton had been discussing the case with him, trying to get more information with him due to the traumatic nature of what he experienced. A lot of times in my profession, we see what we would like to call traumatic mind. People experience trauma and essentially resolve it, handle it in different ways. The point being, days after that, things begin to come clear because your mind enters a fight, flight, or freeze type of mode. And so as he began to kind of come out of that, Investigator Cotton had talked with him, talked about getting a forensic extraction of his cell phone in order to figure out whether or not there were any messages, because he had received 2 messages that day from Miss Smiley's phone that didn't seem like her. And so we wanted to obtain copies of those text messages. So on the 22nd, we found out that Mr. Smiley had obtained the camera that was within the garage. We had overlooked it during the initial processing of the scene. He had collected it for us, and I had gone by to our Investigator Cotton, collected the SD card from him and provided it to me. So during the initial look at that particular memory card, found that all the videos for the 19th were missing. The file folder was in place along with all the other file folders, which aroused some alarm. And so had deputies Lewis and Hunter, they were helping us canvass the area after Mr. Smiley stated that the camera from the kitchen had been missing. So we recanvassed the neighborhood, canvassed Magnolia Point subdivision, essentially trying to locate this camera that was gone. And during that point in time, I had a memory card reader, a little box you plug in your computer and you can read the little memory sticks or the SD cards. Plugged it in, found what I found, and found the videos missing. Went back to the residence with deputies Lewis and Hunter for the purposes of having their body camera to essentially provide some accountability and some transparency to the situation. Had a conversation with Mr. Smiley about the missing videos, and learned that basically he was used to a Microsoft product and was using an Apple product in which to look at the SD card. So when he looked in order to try and preserve the videos on the SD card from the Apple product, he cut and pasted inadvertently instead of copy and paste. And so he allowed me access to his computer. I found the video files that were missing at that point in time, retrieved those, looked into the recycle bin, the trash folder, what have you, on the Apple product, and confirmed that there were no videos in that particular area, which would illustrate to us that he may have been attempting to destroy evidence. We had a conversation with him about the need, if he obtained or if he found or if he recovered any other evidence in the house, not to touch it, not to do anything with it, to call us. We were here to help him in any way we could, and we did not want the inference to be made that he was tampering with evidence, and essentially create a problem with the prosecution of Ms. Gregg's case. And so he was very understanding of that particular point. And after we left that particular time, he was later provided that cell phone back that we obtained the extraction of, as well as that SD card after we made a copy of it along with the videos. That was my involvement on the 22nd. We would later go back and do the more detailed interview with Miss Wafer at her parents' house in the Castlewood subdivision.
I want to ask you about the conversation with Heath Smiley about the tampering with this physical evidence. Did you ever tell him that you were going to charge him with a crime?
No, ma'am. The inference that I wanted him to understand is that he was a victim of a crime. He, was essentially, he had just lost his wife, a stepdaughter that he had essentially spent a good deal of time with over the past several years, had essentially been fighting for in an embattled custody chancery court issue, and he essentially looked at her like a daughter. And to have this happen to him, we were very understanding in the situation that he was in. But at the same time, we don't want to create problems where there aren't any. We would much rather the victims of the complaints in these situations just leave the evidence alone, call us, hey, look, I found X, Y, and Z. Can you come pick it up, collect it? Not a problem. We'll take care of it. That essentially puts the onus on us. Not Mr. Smiley. It doesn't put it on anybody else. If the evidence is mishandled or if something happens to it, that's my fault. That's my problem. It's not on him. It can't be construed or misconstrued that he is tampering with evidence, that he's doing anything in order to hinder the prosecution of this particular case.
Investigator Burnell, I want to just pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
You're not perfect, right?
No, ma'am. The only infallible person died on a cross for us.
So you would agree with me too that absolutely no investigation is perfect, right?
I would agree with that, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, I think ladies and gentlemen have heard that while there were multiple deputies and investigators over at Mr. Smiley's residence, you did not know that there was a camera in the garage.
Correct. Completely overlooked it. Yes, ma'am.
Those sort of things can happen from time to time.
I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Does any issues with your investigation, maybe that you missed the camera at first, does anything change with regards to who the shooter was in this case?
No, ma'am.
Does it change the crimes that were committed in this case?
No, ma'am.
And based on your investigation, who in fact was the person who pulled the trigger and shot Ashley Smiley and killed her, shot her 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And who was the person that either shot Heath or at Heath 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Ron.
Y'all still need the break?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead and use the restroom. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. We're going to take a recess. You're not to speak to anybody about your testimony, okay? Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, if you need to use the restroom, bailiff will show you back there to the back, go to the restroom, come back and sit down. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, everyone else will be in recess till 2:30.
Here we are. All right, so they are going on recess. Hold on one second. Apologize. So they are going on a recess right now. They're going to be on recess until 2:30. We just heard from on the stand a detective with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office. The detective's name is, make sure that I get this correctly too, Tyler Burnell with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So he testified as to his involvement in the investigation. He did investigate or speak to the injuries that Ashley Smiley sustained, the gunshots, where the gunshots were. One thing that he spoke about that was particularly interesting to me listening to it was when he was explaining the gunshot wounds on Ashley Smiley. He spoke about one particular gunshot that had stippling to it. Stippling is burning, whether it be on the clothing or skin, burning from gunshot residue after a gun is fired. So if there's not enough distance between the target and the gun, then stippling can happen. When they said that there was some stippling on one of the wounds, one of the gunshot wounds on Ashley Smiley. What is so interesting about this is from the way that they were able to investigate it and figure out the direction that the gun came or the bullet came from, how the gun was held and everything. They said that the gun was fired at least 3 feet from Ashley Smiley's head as she was laying on the floor face up. So that means that she was shot twice, and as she was laying there on the ground, she was shot again, close range, close enough to cause stippling or burning on her. So that was one thing that I did find interesting. Also, another thing that I found interesting was, we speak a lot of, or not speak a lot, but we're talking a lot about this being an insanity trial. They are going for an insanity defense here. Well, Carly, spoke to her friend that was there, which the investigator, with the judge's permission, gave out her name. But we're going to say her initials, BW, are her initials. But spoke with that friend, that witness, and talking about Carly, stating to her, and which we've known this, we've spoken about this, but saying to her, number one, she got there, are you squeamish around dead bodies, or have you ever seen a dead body? Something along those lines. Carly goes into the home. She shows Carly shows her friend her mother's body laying in the bedroom. According to the friend, BW, Carly's mother's face was already covered up with a towel, and her hands were in a position like laying across her abdomen. And then when she was talking about she, shot her mother 3 times, had 3 more bullets for her father, it begs the question, does that lead to an insanity defense? Because an insanity defense is something along the lines of you are insane in the moment of that happening, and that does not sound like insanity. If I were on the jury, to me, that would sound different than what an insanity verdict should be. That is what I took away from just hearing his testimony today. From what little bit we heard, State questioned him, and now they are in recess. When they come back from recess, he will take the stand again, and the defense will question him. So you see, we do have movement in the courtroom right now. They are on recess until 2:30 today. And looking here at the comments here, Sheila asking said, they said it's not personal. Where was the stepfather shot at again? So the stepfather was shot in his shoulder right here, and it was close to the neck, but it was in the trap area of his shoulder, and it was a through and through. So it went through the muscle there and came out the backside. So thankfully he was not fatally or more seriously injured in that, but that's where he was shot at, was in the shoulder. Let's see. Tanya saying, but he kept referencing her using her last name. He did. The witness that was just on the stand did. Looking here, Carmen Cook says premeditation. It could sound like that. It's not our job or our role to make that decision. That's going to be up to the jury. But when you think about it into the context of the reason behind an insanity plea, what an insanity plea details, it does sound like that would not fall underneath the realm of an insanity plea. That's how I would view it if I were on the jury. Let's see here. I'm going to say your name wrong, so I'm just going to call you Miss Yurda. She said, yes, Kara, she knew exactly what she was doing. That's not insanity. Looking, Angela's asking what was discovered on day one of the trial. So, Angela, you can go to our YouTube page and you can watch the entire day one portion of the trial there. We keep all of our videos up there on the YouTube page if you don't see it here on Facebook. But yesterday they first picked the jury, of course, and then we heard from the 911 dispatcher who took the call from Heath Smiley after he was shot. We then heard from the first deputy that was on scene there at the crime after Heath Smiley called 911. After we heard from that deputy, then a friend came on, a minor witness was on stand. We could not listen or hear him then because he is a minor. We don't air that, don't show their face. But he came on stand, who's a friend of Carly's, and he talked about how he had spoken with Carly's mom, Ashley, that morning, telling her mom, how he was concerned about her, that she was using drugs, that had a burner phone, self-harm, things like that. So he expressed his concern for his friend Carly to Carly's mother, Ashley. And that's why Ashley went into the room and that day and got the items that she had found that Carly had there. But we heard from that witness. Then we went to recess overnight. And then this morning, that witness was back on the stand. Then we had the, to pull up my list because I have my witness list of who has gone on and who has not. Then we heard from Heath Smiley. That was her stepfather. And then after that, we heard from the Cliff Dunlap. He is the Rankin County Chief Deputy Coroner. After we heard from him, then this investigator, Tyler Burnell, who was on stand, took the stand to talk about his role in the investigation. He is still sworn in. He's still on the stand. We're just waiting for recess to be done so that the defense can cross-examine him. But that is what happened yesterday and today, getting you caught up. Looking here. Danielle said, who knew taking a cell phone would cause this? Yes. Yeah. I think back to when my oldest daughter was a teenager and she was about 14 years old, and I found a cell phone in her room, and she was not allowed to have one, period. And it's a very sad situation to have that permanent of a thing happen because of this, whatever the reason behind Carly's motives or anything like that, the reason why she did it, it's still all sad. I say it every time I talk about this trial, and I will continue to say it. At the end of the day, no matter what the jury decides, there's not going to be any winners in this kind of trial. There's not going to be a winner because there's just been too much loss and trauma for so many people on both sides. Rhonda says, I feel like there was a lot going on in that household that unfortunately will never be uncovered thoroughly due to the circumstances. Thank you so much for your comment and for leaving your thoughts there. Tiffany Campbell saying that's some serious unconditional love. Your stepdaughter / grandchild shoots and kills your wife / daughter, then shoots and tries to kill you / son-in-law, and you're now supporting and paying for her attorney. That's we can't say that they are paying for the attorney. We don't have that information, but that is some serious unconditional love to stay with her and to support her, regardless of whether it's financially or just morally. Takes a lot of love on their part. So it is 2:27 right now. They're supposed to be coming back from recess at 2:30. So we're going to go back into the courtroom here in just a moment. Looking here, let's see what other comments you guys have. Jeanette Hines from YouTube saying if it was over the cell phone, she could have allowed her to speak to her dad for maybe an hour in front of her. We haven't heard, we've heard testimony of them speaking about the father, about Carly's biological father. They've stated that he had mental issues, that he had some substance abuse issues. Those things were said about the father. However, we've not spoken to the father. We don't know. We'd be more than happy to speak to the father and give him the opportunity to tell his side, considering what all is being said here. But no, we have not spoken to the father on this. Ebony is asking who presented the video from the garage, the defense or the state. I believe the state presented that video. The state presented it, and they presented it when Heath Smiley was on the stand. There was 4 clips of the interview. The way they played it, it looked like it would have been like a continuous type of thing, but it was 4 approximately minute-long clips from the security camera, maybe not even that much, maybe just 30-second clips, but it was 4 clips. It showed Ashley and Carly arriving home. It showed the next clip, it showed Heath Smiley arriving home. It showed then you heard a scream in the background, which would have been Heath Smiley screaming. You didn't hear the gunshot. I believe if the security cameras are anything like what mine would be, when it's just a motion activated to record, as soon as they hear a loud sound or see something, then it starts recording. So that initial thing that got its attention, so to speak, wouldn't be picked up on the recording, but the remainder of it would. So if the gunshot happened and then Carly was screaming and Heath was screaming, that's what they caught on the video. And then the next clip showed Carly and Carly's friend who Carly had called over to the home. They showed them jumping the fence and running away. What we've learned since then is that Carly ran one way, the friend ran another way. And according to the detective that just spoke, Tyler Burnell, according to his testimony, according to his testimony of what Carly's friend told him, that the friend ran to another house that was in the same area. So that was what happened. That's the security footage that we saw. That was from the garage. They have not shown the security footage from inside the home. There is security footage from the camera that was in the kitchen, but we have not yet seen that. I expect that will be shown soon. According to what has been said in the opening statements by the state prosecutor, Catherine Newman. She's the assistant DA for Rankin County. But according to her opening statements, you would see, we'll see in that video, Carly Gregg going into her mother's room, Carly Gregg coming out of her mother's room, kind of peeking around a corner to see if her mother was still in her bedroom being Carly's bedroom. You can see her coming with something behind her hand, presumably the gun behind her hand, hiding it from view of either her mother or the camera. Also hear Carly calling friends, trying to get them to come over. See Carly texting her stepfather on her mother's cell phone, and then see Carly playing with their dogs while she waited for the friend to arrive. So I expect we will see that, but we have not yet seen that kitchen security footage yet, or the kitchen camera security footage yet. All right, 2:31. They should be back from recess here in just a moment. We're going to go ahead and go back into the courtroom. Remember that the camera or the video feed is muted right now, and it will continue to be muted until they do come back from recess. If we have another juvenile witness come to the stand, then you will not be able to see their face nor hear their testimony, because we want to protect the young juvenile witnesses that come on stand. And then whenever the attorneys approach the judge's bench, then they mute the sound then, so the judge can speak with the attorneys in private. So that is where we're at right now. We're going to go back into the courtroom. Thank you guys for sticking with us, and I will be back later when they go to another recess.
on the record while Mr. Levingston's setting up, just making sure we're not going to show anything that hasn't been introduced into evidence, correct? You can introduce it into evidence and then show it.
Yes, it has not been introduced. I have to lay the foundation. And
That's fine. I just want to make sure nothing goes on the projector without being introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, and I know that what they're trying to play, we will have an objection to. I don't know if you want us to go ahead and take that up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and deal with this right now. What's your objection?
It's mine.
Probably
Yeah,
on
we
the
all
other
shut that door, Michael.
Close the door. Close the door. Make sure no jury can hear.
Right, it's been brought to our attention that they're going to attempt to play a body cam video of Deputy Tony Shack. Obviously, this is not Deputy Tony Shack, and Investigator Burnell was not present during a large portion of this video. And so we don't think that he can authenticate it. We don't think it's proper, and we don't think that he should be questioned or that it should be presented to the jury through this witness.
Response.
Your Honor, he's on the video. He's already testified that he's aware of the body cams. He's looked at the body cams, and that's where we're going. If he's seen the body cams, then he can authenticate it, and then we can.
Didn't you just make the exact opposite argument about a projectile?
Yes, Your Honor, and guess what came in? The projectile.
No, the projectile's not evidence. All right, look, both y'all stop. He can be questioned about the parts of the body camera that he's on. All right. The body camera that he's not on can't impeach him unless he testified about it. Does that make sense?
You're 100% correct.
So you got to narrow it down to the part where he's on camera. I'm assuming you're offering it for some type of impeachment.
We're not asking for impeachment purposes. We're clarification of what happened.
All right. He can testify to the objection be overruled. He can testify to the part he's on. That's where we are. Okay. Any further objection?
Your Honor, but they're intending to play the whole video to the jury.
I think I understand the court's ruling. He can testify to what he's on, and if I'm not using that, then there won't be a video. So just
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So just ask him the question, did you see A? He says, no, I didn't see A. Then we'll deal with the body camera. Okay. All right. We ready now?
Yes. You're on the screen.
Okay. It's not going on right now, correct?
It's up there. I can turn it off.
Yeah, we don't need it until.
Just minimize it.
Yes, sir. I'll just turn the screen off for now.
All right. Stay ready.
Yes, sir.
Defense ready.
We are young.
Bring him in.
Hey, police court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burnell, what was your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct?
Correct.
And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you shave because in the video
Yes,
you're in a beard,
I am. Yes, sir.
and
Yes,
you're also in a white shirt.
correct. Correct.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene. I think one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation
Mhm.
and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was you said something to the officers about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first. And when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You start going around the house and
Right.
taking the pictures. And then you get inside and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared? And then it was
Okay.
like, it may not have been cleared. Y'all need to clear it.
Okay.
You remember that?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Now, it also, there was another individual that showed up and he was in a blue shirt. Okay. And I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Did he have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you made mention to Cotton that this was his case and you were there
Right.
to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the main investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator is what I gather.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after hours investigator on call. And so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff's office that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days, we will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call, so the duty as the primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being the investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene
Mhm.
the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information and stuff's not getting contaminated and things of that nature, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was the journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house? It's
a crime scene log.
crime scene
Yes,
log.
sir. Yes, sir. Mhm.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn, you told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and I'm recalling this not only from my report but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get a crime scene log out of the back of my Expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right. And you're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And because I think you were doing, because you got gloved up.
Correct.
The video shows
Correct.
you getting gloved
Correct.
up, and you did that before you went in the house. You're okay
Correct.
outside when you're taking the pictures,
Correct.
and you put the gloves on, went inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence, never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
And it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him, did you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. I know you met with some of the witnesses. You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review what they said or did or anything, or did you interview all of them?
No, sir, I did not. I'm trying to recall it correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up some additional assistance with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood, and things like that.
And so once you processed and this is one thing I noticed in the video, it has you talking about, I guess, where y'all are going to be taking Carly. And you said you were in contact with, I think, the county court judge, and you were waiting to get clarification of which direction she needed to go. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although when Miss Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense. The interest of justice hearing would need to be held, so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pelahatchie.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go. And then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken.
Essentially, yes. So the bringing Miss Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So we were essentially, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ADC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands.
And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video?
I have viewed. I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case.
Yeah.
So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the collection for the end portion of the GSR kit, because I actually read Miss Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR.
Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Tony Shack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir.
Yes, and he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And then he brought her back to the scene.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, because they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam off. Do you remember that?
I know that once our deputies, for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, and an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like, you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, they're no longer involved in that investigative activity, that law enforcement activities, that police activity. So they may deactivate them, and then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task, they may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that.
Yeah, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off, correct?
I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that I can tell you that policy and procedure, we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like, I don't know my Bible word for word, letter for letter, but I use the moral principles and the things within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Am I perfect? No, but I use them as a foundation because essentially, like, you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall.
Well, y'all, I mean, and it looks like y'all have, there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024.
Okay.
And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong,
okay,
y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date. You have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct?
Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like bi-space profiling and traffic stop related training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess, real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? Is that's sort of what I took?
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay. But my understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding.
Okay.
If you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody,
okay,
there's no reason why a body cam should be turned off, correct?
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now, you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I've reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So a second ago, when you were saying there's a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did Stack.
Well, just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we show the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I have seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
If I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably so. But the like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuance to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Approach, Your Honor. Ma'am, please call, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Tyler, I know you talked to, he's Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton?
Correct.
Okay, because my understanding is, and maybe there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little bit with me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were testifying that you went to the house,
Yes, sir.
and at some point, you brought, it sounded like 2 other officers with
Correct.
you so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that is so that anytime you're interacting with public, you want to protect yourself, but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who, I guess, retrieved this, I want to say SIM card or whatever kind
I follow you. I believe it's like an SD card.
SD card.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened, the SD card was retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it there and found that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
the second visit, dealing with this SD card,
Correct.
is
Correct.
when
Correct.
you went to the house.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so once you, at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card, or were you looking for other things at that time?
When I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley, essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were, like what had happened to them. The folder, the system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing. And so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos that had been moved, or that videos had been deleted, or something along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut. I guess an Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does. And it seemed like a very innocent mistake or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th, and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that, you don't have to do anything. Like, if you find a piece of evidence, or you think something may be pertinent to our investigation, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So,
and I just want to make sure for the record here, at no time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
If he had told us that, well, yeah, I deleted those videos, or I don't know what happened to them, or something like that, yes, sir, he would have become a suspect.
Right, but at no time, he didn't do that, and then
Correct.
you found out what happened. And I
Correct.
think, so at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose in having that interview with him to figure out whether or not he was one? Yes. Yes, because like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect, so to speak.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, "Hey, I found this," correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I say y'all, the sheriff department.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't call you. Did he? Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton.
I don't recall if he did. And in all honesty, Mr. Camp, I may have given him a business card, or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you. He called Cotton to say, I have found that I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. Is that
Correct.
basically what occurs?
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to sheriff department, and you open it, and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay, and so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because there's stuff for other days,
Correct.
but the day that is important that you've been told there's videos on the 19th, there's no videos.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do realize, I know you're saying that you were polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. Or do you still think it was just a real good conversation, or there was nothing bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. I don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If he felt that he was in some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that camera, he was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And you didn't do anything to lead him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that drive. What did he call it? The little card, SD card.
Can you ask me your question again?
There was nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him where he would be fearful that y'all were trying to prosecute him for calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be anything he can infer, but like I said a second ago, I don't presume to know what Mr. Smiley was thinking or what his motivations were in obtaining the services of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
And then did you, I guess, and you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
Oh, you weren't present for that interview, for
No,
Smiley's interview?
No, sir. After that particular date, I never, or I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back. And I don't know if you're aware of any of that
I
at all.
have no idea. No, sir. I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes
Yes,
that were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were in between that knitting bag, so to speak, and the back of that chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said they were behind. They were like behind a chair and by a knitting bag, so they're not like out and obvious.
I mean, if you looked at the chair, you could clearly see the tops of the boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Get some stack here. Yeah. So when you're looking at the knitting bag here, you can see that these are purple, maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia color. So essentially, they're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that chair.
And that room is the master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure. You talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night, I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the 19th is when this happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're there.
Yes, sir.
And that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir. Not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay. So somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again, and I'll answer them both.
Well, it sounded like that the way your testimony came across to me, and it may not have been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots.
Okay.
Now, my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night.
Correct.
And that they found a 3rd one later. Would that be correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were multiple videos from the date of March 19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She walks. She exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen area, dining area.
Is this a video that's, I don't think has been entered into evidence yet? Or are you aware of if it's in evidence?
I don't have a clue, no, sir. So anyway, she exits into the backyard and then comes back in a little while later, walks in the direction of comes back in the back door, the dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom, comes back in where this camera is right here in this corner. And so it faces back this way. So it captures anybody walking past this living room wall. And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame. So you can see Carly walked down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back. And she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming. And then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the, this is probably one of the better photos, one of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's right there. But sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that to this revolver, on the metallic.
Now, Officer Burnell, can you see the revolver?
You cannot. And I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound if you set the revolver down on a hard metallic surface like this? It clangs, and then it looks like she picks up a phone. And
in fact, you never see her with a revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sits down. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white phone that we determined was hers. This white one.
Try not to jump in, but
yeah,
I want to know about the rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest, or I say a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was essentially controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's her room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, which we later found out through that forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used, which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something was awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that clanged in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom again, or toward her bedroom again.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't face towards the bedroom, so you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there. And you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired. Based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that
We're saying, I guess we're talking about the video. As far as from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room. However, the foundational evidence that we collected either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects and things along those lines in the
And it shows
room.
back eventually in the bedroom. Now,
Correct.
you talk about the other picture, which was I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little vape boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in the house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very
100
small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it, because I mean the camera's like from here to Mr. Levinson.
Okay,
So,
so you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
Correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room. Based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer, she was using THC vapes and things along those lines. And then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence for just a moment? May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Court's adjourned.
Ready to wrap.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about a video. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view? There were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch the videos and find the time stamps and figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you viewed the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the videos?
Correct. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May we approach, John?
What has been purported to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S46. We bring it, mark it.
Permission to publish this to the jury on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, do I have permission so I can see the standing beside the jury? Thank you.
Mr. Camp, counsel for the defendant wants to go over there. They can too. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize. Return the exhibit to the court reporter, please. You can stand down, but you're still under subpoena. You don't need to discuss your testimony with anyone. Yes, sir. While he's exiting the rooms, do any of the jurors need a restroom break before we have further witnesses? Anybody? All right. State may call its next witness.
State Club Investigator Zachary Connor. Yeah, hey, you can do that for me. Thank you.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Let's have a seat until the jury exits. Y'all just knock and let me know when you're ready. All right, for those in the audience, one of the jurors signaled that they did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. State, go on ahead and get your first witness. Get them on the front row, okay? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Wow. So they are gone to recess right now. They will be in recess for 15 minutes. It's 3:40 now. They'll probably stretch that out to 4 o'clock, but I am not in the courtroom, so I cannot tell you that. But it is 3:40 right now. They are taking a 15-minute recess, and yeah, what we just watched there was pretty intense. It was pretty intense. So they showed the security camera footage of the inside the home, the kitchen security camera footage that we've talked about. That is what they just showed. It was 15 different clips. It showed from the moment that Ashley and Carly arrived home. It showed them coming in, setting down their stuff. Ashley walking to the back, Carly walking to the back, then Carly coming back out. She took the dogs outside, 2 golden retriever dogs they had, took them outside. And then you saw Ashley's mom walk back into the kitchen. She had her phone in her hand, looking like she was texting somebody, or she was messing with her phone. Let's put it that way. She set her phone down on the counter. Her phone was her phone was not the white phone, but she set her phone down on the counter. Then when she walked back into the back of the house, saw her walk by in the kitchen before, and then saw her come back into the kitchen. She looked outside out the window to see Carly, I guess, assuming where she's looking to see where Carly is, what she was doing. Carly was still outside with the dogs. Then the mom walked back into the bedroom towards the direction of where is Carly's bedroom, based off of the description that the investigator gave of the house and showed of the house earlier. We see then Carly walk back inside the home. We see Carly walk over and look around the corner towards where her bedroom is to see her mother in there. She takes some quiet steps towards her mother, towards the bedroom. We then see Carly walk in the opposite direction of the home to where the parents' bedroom was, where Ashley's bedroom was. We see her then coming back out with her hand behind her back as if she's trying to conceal something. She goes into the area where the investigator said her bedroom is. We hear Carly or see Carly go in that area. We then hear a gunshot, a scream, another gunshot. It went silent. And then you heard another gunshot. Then we see Carly coming back into the kitchen area again with her hand behind her back, and she sits down in a stool right there in the kitchen area that is sits down on a stool that is facing the camera, and you can tell as the way that she is walking into the kitchen that it seems that she is attempting to try and hide something behind her back. We know that to be the gun, but she walks into there. She grabs her mother's phone that her mother had set down on the kitchen counter. She sets whatever is in her hand back behind her on the stool behind her. She proceeds to text. She then starts to sing. Then she grabs whatever she had behind her hand or behind her back with her hand, and she gets up and walks back into the direction of her bedroom. We see the dogs running through the house, walking through the living room and everything. And then a few minutes later, we hear Carly telling the dogs to go on to get. And then we see Carly hear her talking to the dogs. And then we see her coming back through to the back door, where that is where the video ended. It was a very hard video to watch, knowing what was going to happen. It was very hard to watch. So they are on recess right now. Judge said they would be in recess for 15 minutes. This is an intense day. So I think we all knew that once this video played, once we saw this video in courtroom, that it was going to be a kind of a shocking moment. Seeing it in what was real time as it actually happened, knowing that as her mother came into the home that day with her daughter, that she had no idea the fate that she would face in just a few minutes. So we are waiting. When they come back from recess, they have another witness that they are going to be calling to trial. The judge instructed the state to go ahead and have that witness ready to go onto the stand. And so they will be coming back from recess in just a few minutes. What we're going to do, first, let me look out here and see what your thoughts are on this as we were watching that. Kimberly says no tears, and that was something that I noticed as well, Kimberly, when they came back to show Carly, when the video was done, when they came back to see Carly, she did not have any tears, and her face did not appear to have been crying, especially when you look or you think about how she was yesterday, how emotional she was yesterday, how she was sobbing yesterday. She had visible tears, snot streaming out of her nose. She had all that yesterday. And that happened when they played the 911 call for that Keith Smiley made after he was shot. And then also she cried when they showed the body camera footage. She did not cry today. And that brings up a lot of questions. I think that would bring up a lot of questions in a lot of people's minds of why does she cry yesterday, but she's not crying today? And today was the it was the actual crime itself. It was the situation. It was that moment. It was that moment, and she did not cry. It is a very good point, and there's it brings up a lot of questions. Thomas here says, if that didn't send chills down your spine, you may need a doctor. I can tell you that it sent chills down my spine. I am here. This is my job. This is what I do, and it caused me to tear up, and it was very hard to not start crying in that. Looking back here at your comments, the dogs did look very terrified. Felt bad for the dogs. Joanne saying she was singing. Yes, she was singing. And we have here, I heard no arguing from the two of them. So evidently her mom and her had discussed her behavior on the way home, ? Just wondering. We don't know. We don't know if this was something that they discussed on the way home or if this was just something once they arrived home. Ashley made the decision that she wasn't going to speak with Carly. She was just going to go in and get the evidence that she was told was in there, that she was told that she would find from Carly's friend who spoke with her earlier in the day when he expressed his concerns for Carly and the self-harm, the drugs, and burner phone. So possibly Ashley was just checking to see if she would actually find that stuff before confronting her daughter about it. That is a possibility there, but we don't know if this was discussed beforehand or not. Lisa said that she made sure her mom was dead. It's very sad to hear the gunshots, to know what happened there. But especially when you think about it, you hear the first gunshot, you hear a scream, you hear the second gunshot, and it almost sounds like you hear something falling, and then you hear silence for 1 second, maybe 2 seconds, and then you hear that third gunshot. And what we know about one of those gunshots is that there was stippling with that gunshot. And stippling is when the bullet exits the gun and it is not far enough away from its target to where the gunpowder will not land on that target. And so stippling is burning of either skin or clothes from the gunpowder as the gun is shot, as the bullet comes out of it. Well, what we know from the last investigator who was on the stand, he stated that one of the gunshots had stippling around the wound, which means had burns, and that it was made from at least, that was made approximately 3 feet from Ashley's head as she was laying on the floor face up. So that is what makes hearing those gunshots even more disturbing. See where the judge just came back in. And so what we're going to do is go ahead and jump back into the courtroom. Recess should be over in just a moment. Thank you guys for continuing to stay with us. And then also don't forget tonight to hear more about what has happened inside the courtroom. Our reporter Morgan Harris is there in the courtroom, and she will have more for you tonight at 5, 6, and 10. So make sure you are tuning in tonight to hear from Morgan Harris as she is there in the courtroom. She'll be able to tell us. We had the juvenile witness first thing this morning, so we'll be able to hear from that, what was said, what happened with that. If we have any more juvenile witnesses, we'll be able to hear from Morgan and what she heard, to hear what they said, but she'll be able to give us that inside look into the courtroom. Let's go back in there now.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman on the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Cotton, if you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
Investigator Cotton, how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The jail.
Yes, ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 17, and then were you with the Sheriff's Department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The Sheriff's Department received a call from a male that has stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him when he was whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Miss Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jailer to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Miss Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the sheriff's department to do any sort of testing on Miss Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Miss Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Miss Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
We'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, mark the left cheek as S47. And mark the right cheek as S48.
Investigator Cotton, excuse me. Did you also close and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Burnell did that.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? That's all right. I'm handing you two envelopes. If you could take a look at those, both front and back. What are those two envelopes?
This one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And do those both bear your initials as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, S49 will be the swab of the hammer. S50 will be the swab of the trigger.
Investigator Cotton, we've heard from two other officers, a deputy and investigator, that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. we've gotten, I think, through the point where in the investigation where the crime scene was cleaned up, or processed, I'm sorry, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach her?
I'm handing you what's previously been marked as 41 and 42 for ID. If you could take a look at those and tell me what those are.
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley. One of which was recovered from her brain, and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles were removed?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted for all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. They mark 41 and 42, all purposes. All right, you may proceed.
Attended the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Miss Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, with that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th.
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigator, and you're the lead investigator.
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay. And so you gathered all the all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now, you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're you're the main guy in this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually it would come back to me.
Okay. And so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shaq?
Shack, I'm sorry, Shack. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where, and Heath doesn't really know, correct?
Correct.
And so the next thing that happens is y'all start talking about, yes, she was in treatment and they had switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case. Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before. And it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley.
Yes.
You do not know what room she's in.
No, sir. I can't say for certain which room she's in.
Yeah. And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify.
It's not. It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using. And he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg. And
I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Now, I just a couple of questions. I was just wondering. Okay, BG he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the scene?
No, sir, just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir. He wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he had already called her.
Okay. At some point, had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
Objection or cause for speculation.
Overruled as to what he told me.
Yeah. Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember saying that to him. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor? And I just want to be clear. I think you've already, it's sort of going back to that camera. You had said, I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was and then coming out with items in her hand.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect examination.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barry Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that, did you determine during your course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am. Not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state.
So does the recall, Your Honor.
You're free to stand down, but you must leave the courtroom and you must not discuss your testimony with anyone else, okay? Free to step down. While he exits, Mr. Bailiff, would you hand the exhibits to the court reporter? State may call its next witness.
The state calls David Whitehead.
David Whitehead. While he's entering, do you wish to go on ahead and grab the exhibits that you're going to need?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to talk directly into the microphone, but I need you to speak loud enough that the gentleman up there on the back row, far back row, can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're now under oath and your answers are sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Talk to the ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide forensic examinations to 8 law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
And what is, What is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair, fibers, paints, glass, fire debris. We have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section responsible for the technical aspects of the trace evidence section.
And how long have you been employed there with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory since January of '94, so a little over 30 years.
Do you have any previous experience testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I've testified probably north of 400 times in circuit court in Mississippi, circuit court in Louisiana, as well as federal court in the state of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind of background on what education you have and kind of how you got to be in this role.
Yes, ma'am. I hold degrees in chemistry and forensic science from the University of Mississippi. I've attended numerous schools and seminars over the years. I've been to the FBI Academy in Quantico, several different classes. I've been to McCrone Research Institute in Chicago. I'm certified by the American Board of Criminalistics after passing the national certification test in 1998. So my certification is in comprehensive criminalistics. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Southern Association of Forensic Scientists, and the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners. And of course, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory. We're accredited by the organization called ANAB.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to have this witness tendered as an expert, as a forensic scientist with a specialty in trace evidence.
You wish to support that?
No, objection to him or an expert.
Without objection, he'll be admitted as an expert witness in the field of forensic science with specialty in trace evidence. You may proceed.
Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain to us exactly what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence deals with small items of evidence, trace amounts. We analyze such things as I previously stated, hairs, textile fibers, paints, glass, gunshot residue, and in addition to that, fire debris type evidence where we're looking at charred debris for ignitables. We do a lot of comparison work where we're comparing unknown samples to known samples. But probably our biggest caseload is gunshot residue examinations. We probably get about 400 or 500 of those cases in a year. And our second most caseload is going to be fire debris.
And what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is produced when a weapon is discharged, and what will happen is you'll get gases escaping any opening in the weapon. We're specifically looking for primer residue, which comes from the primer cup. So when the firing pin strikes in the weapon strikes the ammunition, the primer cup, it ignites those components. That ignites the gunpowder, which is what propels a projectile out the end of the barrel. You'll get these gases escaping any opening in the barrel. When it hits the cooler air outside the weapon, it'll condense into particles. These particles are microscopic in size. They contain lead, barium, and antimony, and they will have a spherical morphology.
And what type of testing, or can you describe for us how you test for gunshot residue?
We utilize what is called a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray analyzer. That's a fancy name for a large microscope that analyzes these tiny particles. Since they're about a micron in diameter, you have to have a pretty powerful instrument to look for these. The microscope actually visualizes the particles. The X-ray detector actually tells us the composition of those particles. And again, we're looking for lead, barium, and antimony particles. Those are what are produced from primer residue.
And I want to take just a step back. You mentioned earlier that the lab is accredited. Do you also undergo like performance testings on the machinery that you use?
We're accredited every 4 years. So every 4 years, a team comes in and inspects all aspects of the organization, as well as we're proficiency tested every year. So every year we complete proficiency tests that are outside proficiency tests, and we to look for things like gunshot residue or the other disciplines.
And for people that are not familiar with those proficiency tests, is that like I would do my research or my testing, I would submit my report, and an outside agency would then review everything and make sure that that was proper?
It's sort of like that. What we do is the outside agency will produce the proficiency test. They have an expected outcome of those tests, and the report will be issued after the report is published on what that proficiency test is. So there is an expected answer
excuse me for speaking of you, back in March of 2024 through currently, was your proficiency testing at the crime lab and you're specifically up to date?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity to work on Mississippi Crime Lab case number 24003-524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
The suspect was listed as being a Carly Greggs.
And the work and the testing that you did on that case, was that also reviewed by anyone else?
It was. All of our casework is reviewed by a second examiner, and that particular examiner in this case was Jacob Birchfield.
And did he agree with the results of your findings?
He did.
What evidence did you review did you receive in order to do your testing?
I received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit labeled as coming from Carly Gregg.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I handed you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 43. Have you seen that item before?
I have. This is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. I can identify it by the crime lab case number, submission number on the barcode that was placed there by an evidence tech when it was received into the laboratory. I can also identify it by the green evidence seal that I placed after the analysis was complete with my initials and date across that seal.
And being that that is still sealed, does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you closed it?
It does.
And for what purpose did you review that piece of evidence?
This item of evidence was analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue.
And did you perform that testing to see if there was gunshot residue present? Did you prepare a report with your findings in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of the certified report that I issued in this particular case.
And that contains your findings?
It does.
And it bears your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted S51 for all purposes.
If you would, Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain, I know you've talked about what gunshot residue is and that you tested that particular kit. If you could just walk us through the testing on this particular item and what your findings were.
Yes, ma'am. This particular kit contained 2 adhesive tape lifts labeled right hand and left hand. The adhesive tape lifts, the idea is if there's any residue on the surface of a person's hands, it will be picked up by the adhesive tape lift. Those samples were then placed into the scanning electron microscope and analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue. And I reported out the results of that analysis.
And what were the results in this case?
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's, and the left hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's.
And based on your training and experience, is the results rendered reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be finally excused by the state,
Yes, sir.
by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, Ms. Moore. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Nathan Hawley.
Nathan Holland.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you need to speak so that gentleman on the back row can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, just gonna try to exhibit quickly before we start.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sure. My name is Nathan Holly. The last name is Holly.
And Nathan, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
Nathan, what do you do there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
So I'm a forensic biologist specializing in DNA analysis.
And does that require any type of specialized training?
Training that I have is from the forensics laboratory.
What about your educational background? Could you tell us what that is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of Southern Mississippi.
And how long have you been employed? I'm sorry, you might have already said, how long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
17 years next month.
And have you been doing DNA evidence and testing that entire time?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any prior experience testifying as a forensic scientist specializing in DNA evidence?
Yes, I do.
How many times would you estimate that you've been certified as an expert?
Approximately 27.
Your Honor, at this point, we would tender the expert, this witness is an expert in forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any of
No objection.
All right, he'll be admitted without objection as an expert, as a forensic scientist, as an expert in the area of forensic science, particularly DNA analysis. You may proceed.
Mr. Hawley, if you could tell us, for those of us that are not science people, what DNA is.
Sure. So DNA first stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a molecule that's found within the cells of the human body. And what DNA does is it tells the body how to build cells and also how to function and work those cells properly. A person gets their DNA half from their mom and half from their dad, and it's that combination of those two separate DNAs that gives everybody except for identical twins a unique DNA profile.
And when you do DNA testing, what are we talking about? What's done with our DNA?
Sure. So with the DNA testing, I'm looking at certain locations on that DNA molecule, and there are forensics tests that can determine what a person's DNA looks like at those locations. And I basically take items of evidence and I do the DNA process on those. And then I take reference samples or known samples, and then I compare those two DNA profiles to determine whether or not that person's DNA is there.
And a known sample would be like if a swab was taken from my mouth, we would know that that was my sample. Is that right?
Right. It's a known or reference.
And then an unknown sample would be something that you would collect or that law enforcement would collect on a piece of evidence and send that to you.
That's correct.
We just heard from Mr. Whitehead that the entire forensics laboratory, of course, is accredited. Is the DNA section of the laboratory also, does that fall under the accreditation?
Yes, it does.
And do you follow proper protocol there?
Yes, we do.
Have you personally provided or undergone any proficiency testing?
Yes.
If you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen.
So for DNA, we're proficiency tested twice a year, and it's from an outside company. And basically, it is for us to demonstrate that we are capable to do the DNA process or our job. And so there's a correct answer for that, and they double check us on that.
And your proficiency is up to date?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to work on a case that's Mississippi Forensics Laboratory case number 24-003524?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? Yes, I did.
May I perhaps, in performing that work, did you actually, did you render a report?
Yes, I did.
May I perhaps witness, Your Honor?
Your Honor, we're not going to have an objection to the document.
Now, go ahead and ask that it be marked, this is the next statement exhibit.
Without objection, it'll be marked S52.
Mr. Holly, before you can do any testing there at the crime lab, you have to receive certain pieces of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'll put these all out in front of you. I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50. If you could, starting with number 47, tell me what that is and how you know what that is.
So this is it is a buccal swab of Carly Gregg's left cheek. And it is, I can identify it from the crime lab barcode, which has the case number and submission number on it.
And did you, is there also a buccal swab of her right cheek?
Yes,
And did you rely on that evidence in your testing in this case?
I did.
I also handed you another item, looks like 2 additional swabs. Could you tell us what those were from?
So one is a swab from a hammer of a Taurus revolver. And once again, I can identify it by the crime lab barcode that has a case number and submission number, as well as the evidence tape with my date and initial on it. And then the other one is a swab taken off of a trigger of the firearm.
In performing DNA testing, do you actually have to, well, can you describe for us, like you take an extract from something?
Yes. So the DNA process starts with extraction. And what I'm doing during the extraction is I'm actually removing the cells off of whatever substrate they're on, whether it's a swab or a cutting. And I'm lysing open that cell and getting rid of all the other cellular components except for the DNA. So the only thing that I'm left with is that isolated DNA.
Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Permission to correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the item that I've just handed to you?
Yes.
And what are those?
So these would be the DNA extracts from my extractions on the items of evidence.
And there's 4 total, but I just want to talk about, is there one for the swab from the trigger and then one from the swab of the hammer of a firearm?
Yes, there are.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll do hand the triggers extract to the court order. That'll be S53. Are both extracts in the same envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then just mark the one envelope S53. Is there a second envelope?
I can take the other one back, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Hawley, the report that you prepared, did someone else review that work that you had done?
Yes, I did.
And did they agree with your findings?
Yes, I did.
And if you could tell us about the 2 items, I think I misspoke earlier in this case when I said that there was a DNA match on the hammer. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to the hammer, the swab from the hammer on the Taurus gun?
Due to an insufficient amount of genetic information, no comparable results were obtained for the swab from hammer.
What about for the trigger of the Taurus firearm?
The DNA test results for the swab from trigger produced a partial profile, which is consistent with the reference sample of the suspect. Therefore, Carly Gregg is not excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample. Ashley Smiley is excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample.
So explain that, because, when I first read one of these reports, I was like, what does that mean, not excluded? In layman's term, I'd say that's them. But in scientific terms, you have to say that they can't be ruled out, right?
Right. So in this case, the DNA that is there, it does match to Carly Gregg's DNA.
Is there a quantification? Do you put a certain number, like 1 in so many people, that DNA belongs to?
So anytime there is a match made, we do give a status statement. And I can read that one and then explain it to you. For the 8 markers compared, the genetic profile for the DNA donor of the swab from trigger occurs with a frequency of approximately 1 in greater than 10 billion random unrelated persons of the Caucasian, African American, and the Hispanic population. And so that stat is supposed to give weight to how common or how rare you would expect that profile. And in this case, it would be a rare profile.
And as I understand it, the 1 in 10 billion is actually just the forensic laboratory's cutoff. You got to stop it at a certain point.
That's right. Once the numbers get so big, it's hard to understand. We usually cap it at above the world population, which is, last time I checked, around 8 billion. So we cap it at 10 billion.
And to be clear, your report excludes Ashley Smiley as a DNA donor on the trigger of the gun.
That's correct.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May this witness be finally released by the state,
Yes, sir.
by the defense.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Please leave your exhibits up there. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Felicia McIntyre. Can I have this moment, Judge?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone. Speaks to the gentleman on the back row can hear you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you know your oath and your answers to sworn answers are subject to penalty of perjury?
I do.
Statement begins questioning Ms. Wood.
Ms. McIntyre, if you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
It's Felicia McIntyre, first name Felicia, last name McIntyre.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory located in Pearl.
And what are your duties there? Or sorry, what is your position there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm the section chief over the Firearm and Toolmark unit.
And what are your duties as the section chief of the Firearms and Toolmark division?
As the section chief, I oversee the administrative and personnel matters within our division, but also act as a forensic scientist specializing in firearm and toolmark identification, which allows me to compare bullets, cartridge cases, or other ammunition components to see if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Since November of 2008.
Do you have any previous experience as a forensic scientist specializing in firearms and toolmark examination?
I was trained with the Indiana State Police beginning in 2005.
Would you give the jury your educational background?
Yes. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And have you completed any specialized training in forensic science and firearms and tool marks?
Yes. When employed with the Indiana State Police, I completed a 2-year apprenticeship-style training program, which included lots of literature references, touring of various firearm and ammunition manufacturing facilities, supervised casework, mock and written exams. And then I continue to travel annually to different seminars and to maintain certification.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness as a forensic scientist in firearms and tool marks?
I have.
How many times would you estimate that?
Near 100 at this point.
Your Honor, at this time we've moved to have this witness tenured as an expert in forensic science and firearms and tool marks.
No objection.
Without objection, shall be admitted as an expert in the area of firearms and tool marks. Firearms and tool marks and tool mark identification. You may proceed.
Ms. McIntyre, if you could kind of talk to us about what ballistics are.
The field of firearms examination has as its main concern to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. We're able to do that through class and individual characteristics. More specifically, when a gun is manufactured, some features of that firearm are determined by that manufacturer. Those are considered class characteristics. The caliber, the way that the firearm is rifled, so the number of lands and grooves that are put inside that barrel, those are put there to help impart spin on the bullet, but those are determined by that manufacturer. Incidental to that manufacturing process, individual marks are left behind. So those are things that happen as a result of the machining processes or use and abuse over time that cannot be determined by the manufacturer. And those marks are unique to a particular firearm. I'm looking for both those class and individual marks on a microscope when I'm comparing these items. So I'm looking at a comparison microscope, which is just 2 regular stereo microscopes joined by an optical bridge. So I can see 2 different items through one field of view. So in a case matter, we'll be looking for those class and individual marks on unknown items versus items I know were test fired from a particular firearm.
When you talk about test firing, where do you get the items that you use to conduct test firing?
When a firearm is submitted to the laboratory, I will generate those knowns. So I'm making test fires. I'm getting reference ammunition that we have at the laboratory that has been purchased, and I'm firing it in the gun that has been submitted for testing. I do that in a water tank. That's literally just a 12-foot deep tank of water that allows me to discharge the firearm. Those individual marks are placed on it, and they're not affected at all by the water. So I can retrieve it to have intact knowns to compare to my unknowns.
And I want to take a step back. We spoke with two experts previously about proficiency testing, and I want to make sure that you two, Ms. McIntyre, have performed and essentially passed your proficiency testing.
Yes, the firearms unit also completes annual proficiency testing, which I have taken and passed this year.
Did you have the opportunity to be involved in crime lab number 24-003524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
Suspect is listed as a Carly Gregg, spelled Carly, last name Gregg.
And the testing that you performed, was that reviewed by anyone there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Yes, it was.
And do they agree with your results?
They did.
In preparation or at the conclusion of your testing, did you prepare a report with your findings?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ms. McIntyre, what I've handed you, does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
You mentioned that you use test firing ammo. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, may I have that moved as state's next exhibit before I move on?
Any objections to the report?
Yeah, objection.
Objection. The report will be admitted as S53 without objection.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's been marked or has not been marked. Could you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, for the record, I've been handed a test fire envelope that bears crime laboratory number 24-003524. I recognize this envelope as it bears the crime laboratory barcode with the case number and submission number. My initials are placed upon it when I created it, as well as a tape seal of my date and initials when I completed my examination of these items.
And does that appear to be in a unaltered form since you sealed that envelope?
Yes, the seals are still intact.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
Yeah, objection, Your Honor.
Admitted S54. 55.
This is 54. This is 50.
Sorry, S55.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you two items that have been previously marked as S1, S41, and S42. Do you recognize both of those items as well?
I do.
And what are those?
State's Exhibit 41 is Crime Laboratory Submission 5 in the above mentioned case. Now, this is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled Bullet from Brain. State's Exhibit 42 is Crime Laboratory Submission 4. I recognize my markings on this item as well. It is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled Bullet from Back of Neck.
One other item, Your Honor. I'm also handing you what's previously been marked as S40. You would take a look at that and tell me if you can identify that.
State's Exhibit 40 is Crime Laboratory Submission 6. I recognize the markings on the box here. This particular box contains one Taurus revolver. I also recognize my inscription and the serial number that are on this revolver within the box.
Ms. McIntyre, we've talked about the bullet removed from Ashley Smiley's neck. The projectile, the one removed from her brain, the .357 Taurus, and then the test fires that you used. Was there any other evidence that you relied upon in rendering your opinions in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to, can you walk us through what testing specifically was done on these items?
Yes, ma'am. When I received the firearm, I worked up a general worksheet documenting those class characteristics that we spoke about. I then used the reference ammunition we discussed, test fired this particular firearm into the water tank, thus generating the test fires here in State's Exhibit 55. I then took the test fires in State's Exhibit 55 and compared those on a comparison microscope to both the projectile in State's Exhibit 41 and the projectile in State's Exhibit 42 to arrive at my conclusions about whether or not they originated from State's Exhibit 40.
And what was your conclusion?
The projectiles in State's Exhibit 41 and 42 were fired in the gun in State's Exhibit 40.
And based on your training and experience, do you consider the results that you did in this particular case to be reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
May the witness be excused by the state,
Yes, sir.
by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go.
Thanks.
Do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Camp, can you approach? I'll approach real quick. Having rested its case in chief, it's about 4:50 in the afternoon. I'm going to release you for the evening, but I'm going to remind you, you're not to talk about this case. You're not to watch any news accounts of this case. You're not to get on social media. Does everybody understand? All right, I'm going to need you back in the jury room tomorrow morning, 8:45, ready to go. All right? Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Motion by the defense.
Your Honor, at this time, we don't believe the state has made a prima facie case. We've asked all the charges witnesses.
Response.
Your Honor, the state believes that we've certainly met our burden beyond reasonable doubt that Carly Gregg is in fact the person who murdered Ashley Smiley, attempted to murder Keith Smiley, and the one that tampered with physical evidence by removing the security surveillance footage and hiding it in the refrigerator. We'd ask that motion be denied.
Any further reply by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Motion for directed verdict must be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state of Mississippi. The court would state that based on the evidence that's been produced, the state of Mississippi has made a prima facie case, and this case will go to the jury. All right. Anything further from the state for the evening?
Your Honor, we will likely have a motion in limine regarding the defendant's expert that I think we'd like to take up before he takes the stand tomorrow, just based off our rulings from the court and things that he may or may not have considered.
All right. Why don't we do this last Friday?
Your Honor, I think that the court's ruling was that the witnesses were limited to testifying about the things that they had produced previously in discovery. Upon further review of his report, he mentions things that are outside of that. And so we're not necessarily requesting a Daubert hearing as to his ability to render testimony as a forensic psychiatrist, but in fact, to limit the information that he may or may not be able to talk about.
All right, can we go on ahead and, can we take a 5-minute recess and then at least let the court hear this so I can think about it overnight? I don't like to make snap decisions if necessary.
Yes, sir.
All right, any objection to that by the defense?
I mean, now you're not going, this is the first we're hearing about this, so we have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, that's why we should go on ahead and hear it now.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Everybody can go to the restroom, and we'll meet right back here. I'd like to go on ahead and at least flesh this out as much as possible. All right. We'll be in recess 5 minutes.
Hi, excuse me so much. Hello. So this is where we're at right now. The jury has been excused. The jury will not be back in the courtroom until tomorrow morning. There is a 5-minute recess right now because the state is filed a motion against what their first expert witness, their expert forensic witness for Carly, can bring to the stand when he gets called to testify. So, and the reason why they're doing this is because they say that in his report, some of the things that he mentions were from outside of the timeline that the judge said that they could be in. So the judge gave the defense many deadlines, I think 4 different deadlines to have certain things submitted, to have them turned in, to have the expert witness report, the doctor's report that Carly had spoken with, things like that. 4 different deadlines to get that turned in, and they did not meet those deadlines. So the state has gotten that report, and they're saying that some of the things that the doctor mentions in his report are outside of the deadline, the very last deadline that the judge put in place, and that those should not be allowed in his report. He should not be allowed to speak about those on the stand. Excuse me. And this should not be something that the jury hears. So that is what's happening right now. That's what we're waiting on. There was another motion to file to get a quick verdict, I believe, and the judge just turned that down. He said he believes that the state of Mississippi has proven what they needed to prove thus far, and that this trial will continue with the jury. The jury will be the ones making the decision on this at the end of the trial, whenever the defense rests. So right now we are waiting on that this recess to be over, find out what is going to be included. The jury will be back in tomorrow morning. We will be here tomorrow morning. Morgan Harris is actually getting ready right now. She's going to be on WLBT, our newscast. You can check that out at 5, 6, and 10 to get a full update of what has happened, our full breakdown, full summarization. Actually, let's put it this way, full summarization of what has happened in the courtroom today. She's been there all day. She was there all day yesterday. She's doing a great job. So make sure you're tuning in to WLBT, to our newscast, so that you can see what has happened from the view in the courtroom, being there in the courtroom. I'm curious to talk with Morgan to see what the jury's reaction was to the security camera footage that was shown, the home security camera footage, where you can see Ashley and Carly coming home. You can hear the gunshots. You can see Carly looking like she's trying to hide something behind her back in the security camera footage. So, see, got some camera moving right there. Find out if we're going to come back in and hear what the judge has to say about the motion for the state. Is he going to allow the full report in from this the doctor, from their expert witness, or is he going to strike some of what he says and say that this cannot be allowed? You cannot say this. This is outside of the allowed timeline. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you back into the courtroom as we wait for this recess to end. It should be done here in just a moment. When they come back in, you'll be there ready to hear what the judge has to say. And if for some reason the recess is extended to overnight completely, then we'll pop back in too and let you know about that. We are going to go back into the courtroom now. Remember, it is muted until the judge comes in and they are making their decision. So if you don't hear anything, that is why. See you guys in just a few minutes.
Come to the podium. You can make your motion in limine.
Two things from Dr. Clark's report that we would like a pre-ruling on, hence our motion in limine, is the fact that he used as a source of information a video interview with Heath Smiley from August the 31st for 90 minutes. When we had a Zoom call with Dr. Clark, he said that nor his interview with Ms. Gregg was recorded. And so at this point, we have no way of knowing what Mr. Smiley conveyed to him and how much of that he relied upon in his interview. That wasn't turned over to us prior to August the 30th. And then additionally, Dr. Clark rendered some opinions of some sort and says, and I'm looking at page 29 of his report, Your Honor. Do you have a copy of that?
The report I have is only 24 pages.
24, I'm sorry.
Okay.
In that first paragraph on the last page, he says, it's my opinion that the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precocious state. But there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct casualty to the medication. And we believe that would certainly, he cannot testify. His opinion is that he cannot say that the medicine caused her to behave in any way. And so we do not think it would be proper for him to be able to take the stand and to discuss that when in fact he says himself that he cannot attribute it to the medication. We'd ask that he be limited in that he not be able to talk about the Lexapro and or, since he did not reference it in this part, the Zoloft that Ms. Gregg had allegedly taken at some point, and any cause or connection to her state of mind at the time of the murder, attempted murder, and tampering.
All right. Let me ask this way. As I recall, what the court was faced with was several late discovery disclosures, and maybe the expert had not been retained until a few days after the discovery deadline. However, I believe I gave the state a continuance, or I said I went into the box procedure. All right.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Dr. Clark?
We had a Zoom conversation where Mr. Kent was present, where we asked him about the sources that he relied upon, asked him if he had relied upon any interview with Miss Vicki Breland. He said he had an interview with her, but it was not referenced in her report. And so he said he did not, he must not have relied upon her interview. He said that Heath Smiley's Zoom recording interview Zoom interview was not recorded and that no one else was present. And Your Honor, we asked him somewhat about what his standard was. We cleared up the fact that both he and Mr. Camp had said that they would not be talking about an involuntary intoxication. And so Mr. Camp stated that on the record. Dr. Clark said, well, I talk about the medicine, but I'm not saying that's a legal standard about involuntary intoxication. And so, Judge, I think it's improper when he says he cannot render an opinion. Mr. Camp said he's not going to talk about involuntary intoxication, so it would just serve to confuse the jury rather than offer any probative value at this point.
Anything further?
No, sir.
All right, response.
Yeah, I'm not 100% understanding what she's.
The last paragraph says, in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders. Y'all want that part in?
Yeah, so I think it's he's and I think they ask him about it. He's not saying. I think it's part of the whole his diagnosis of what he did, but it is not saying that's what it was. If I gather it right, Your Honor.
But the next, the comma, so to speak, is, but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication.
Yes, and that's what he's gonna. That is my understanding. Is he's gonna say there's not a direct showing that that's what that specifically caused it. That is these other things, Your Honor. And also, this is one thing I would say. You put down you told us that we had to have this done by last Friday. You gave them an extension to go over this. They talked to our doctor, our expert. They said they're not going to have a Dahlberg hearing, which is what this is. And then all of a sudden,
well,
the afternoon before.
Hold on, that's not a Dahlberg hearing. A Dahlberg hearing is on his qualifications, and on the side. All right. Any further response?
No, Your Honor.
Reply.
Your Honor, again, just that we believe the motion in limine is proper, as this statement and any testimony about this would fly in the face of 403. There's no probative value, and it would prejudice the defendant. And at this point, it's not relevant, and we would ask that the court exclude any testimony by Dr. Clark or any other witness at this point about trying to causally relate Lexapro to anything that happened on March the 19th, 2024.
This court is in a bad position. The court would agree with the state that this statement in and of itself does not rise to the level that an expert is required to testify to in this state. However, whether he's saying it's not causally related or not, whether or not he's saying there's inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication. It is an unwritten rule in the case law of this state. There seems to be two separate standards of law without the appellate courts ever stating that. There's one standard that the state is held to, and I would point out that a pathologist was not called in this case because it was disclosed late. So I read the motion. You asked me to treat you like the state. Do you really want that? The state is free to cross appeal this court's decision, and it probably should. However, this court has little faith that this court excluding a witness, even though he was disclosed, hired far past the discovery deadline, and even though the vast majority of the opinion appears to be improper, diminished capacity type evidence, and even though it does not rise to the standard, the court's going to overrule the state's objection. The courts and trial courts in this state are in a bad position. There are too many reversals when we exclude what is deemed to be the defendant's case. And I'm just going to be frank, that this is not a case that this court wants to see again. However, the defendant is raising an insanity defense, and that opens the doors wide open to a lot of things. The court is going to overrule the state's objection. I'm going to allow the expert to testify to a late disclosure report that basically talks about diminished capacity and does not meet the standard of care, does not meet the burden of proof required in the state. However, it's all in the defendant's favor. I hope the state cross appeals. If there's a verdict in this case, I'm inviting you to cross appeal. I'm inviting the Supreme Court to tell me I'm wrong. Give us some case law. It says I should, I'm okay excluding it, but there's too many cases out there that have been on the edges that they will reverse. I'll be frank, there would be an opinion that came down and said, well, it's substantial, it came close enough. So for those reasons, I'm going to deny it. If a jury chooses to return an NGRI on this evidence, then that's going to be their decision. If they choose to acquit her on this evidence, that's their decision. But I'm going to allow the expert to testify, and the state can deal with this on cross-examination to the best of its ability. Feel free to cross appeal, regardless of verdict. Regardless of verdict, feel free to cross appeal. I'm stating I believe I'm wrong, but I'm wrong in the defendant's favor. All right, that's going to be the ruling of the court. Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, just, and we can address this if necessary, but we might have a similar argument after he testifies as with regards to jury instructions. Just asking the court's permission to flesh that out if and when this expert testifies.
All right. Got witnesses for 8:45 tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor's going to be here tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything further for the court to deal with by the state,
No, sir.
by the defense?
No, Your Honor. No, we have judge.
Yes, ma'am. Street. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Have the defendant over here dressed out, please, around 8:30, okay? All right, we're going to ask the attorneys to be here at 8:30, and we will be in recess till tomorrow morning, 8:30. See you then.
Hello, so I'm back, and the judge overruled the objection. So the state objected to a portion of the defense's expert witness testimony because of the timeline in which some of his findings in his report that came from, where he interviewed certain people after deadlines that the judge had put in place. However, the judge did make the decision to overrule the state's objection based on the fact of it's the day before, and he wants to make sure that he's not doing anything that could cause an appeal on the defense side. He wants to make sure that he is being fair to the side. So he also said that he's not sure he's making the right decision, that if he is not, he hopes the state does appeal it, and that he hopes that the Supreme Court of Mississippi tells him that he's wrong. So we'll, of course, watch that, see if the state does appeal it. I'm sure it depends on what is said in the testimony, which we will hear that tomorrow. So the judge has everyone being back in the courtroom tomorrow morning at 8:45. That means we will be here tomorrow between 8:30 and 8:45 to take you back into the courtroom, give you an update on what has happened, and then we'll be following this trial again tomorrow. Remember, the judge and the well, not the judge, but the state and the defense both said that they believe that this trial could last anywhere to 3 to 5 days. Well, tomorrow we're going to be on day 3 of it. We're going to be here. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Kara Shirley with WLBT and WLBT Plus. We'll see you tomorrow morning as we continue coverage of Carly, Gregg, and the murder trial. Thank you.